and everything should be running, which is crazy. Welcome. Okay. Sorry for starting a little bit late today. There were a lot of technical issues. So many actually that I didn't manage in my usual 10 minutes. So fun stuff. But now I'm here and everything seems to be running fine. Let me just double check if there's anything weird sound-wise. Okay, I think we are okay also sound-wise. Yep, that looks all fine. Okay, so today will be another Screeps stream because I'm very intrigued by this game and there is interesting stuff happening around me. So let's have a look. So if you look, yeah, so that's another important thing. My control level increased, so there's opportunities to expand. But if you notice, there is an invader room reasonably close by, and I actually noticed that there are some very tasty rooms here. For example, this room actually has 3 sources of energy. So I'm really thinking about just going on the aggression and pretty much just getting rid of these 2 guys over here and get my way into the tasty area of many energy sources. But of course, to do that I need to work on warfare, because so far the only thing I do is I have towers. So yeah, I do have towers, and towers do shoot things, but of course this is only defense, there's no offense happening. Second thing I really want to have a look at today is, weirdly enough, I kind of noticed that, first of all, my pathing is all over the place and that will need some fix at some point. But my job system is not exactly working amazingly. Now I kind of know what's happening. How I kind of designed the job system was similar to the resource system. So the resource system is very simple, right? Like if you are a creep and you need resources, you just kind of go ask the resource scheduler to give you a location where you should pick up resources. Now that's perfectly okay, and it works because of 2 reasons. We always pick the closest source that can satisfy these requirements. And while this can change, it can never really change to like the detriment of the creep, right? Like it is possible that suddenly there will be a closer source available for this creep, so the creep will kind of reschedule and have a shorter path to grab the resources. But it cannot really happen that there would be a source that would be further away, because in that case, like what happened to the source that we had kind of earmarked for this creep? Like something would have happened to that. And the only thing that consumes resources is creeps picking up resources. So because of that, the resource scheduling works perfectly fine. It's very stable, you know. The only thing that can happen is like suddenly creep has like a closer source to grab resources from, which is always okay, like there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't really work for the job system because jobs tend to like pop up a lot more, and specifically what is really screwing me over right now is the stupid road repair, because each of these things, each of these segments has 5000 health and it decays over time. And whenever it decays over the threshold, so it needs to be repaired, what can happen is, like, let's say there was, you know, something getting built somewhere or whatever, because this is like a closer thing, it might just override the creep that was like on its way to build something and grab it to like repair this thing. So it kind of, it's almost like an inversion of priorities happening here. It's not like, it's not unexpected, but it's super annoying. So I'm really trying to like think about how to fix this. And realistically, this will really need like a proper heavy duty prioritization system, because there's no, like, I cannot really think about any other way to make this stable. Like, we really need to have essentially a persistent allocation of a creep to a job to make sure that the job actually gets done once it started, so we don't end up with like, you know, 20, 50 started jobs, then like none of them actually are getting completed. Which is exactly what I have been seeing happening, where I have, you know, I just jumped a level, I'm building a lot of these extensions, and basically all of them are like a little bit built, but the task got interrupted because the creep that was actually building it suddenly is like repairing something somewhere. So yeah, it will need, I cannot really figure out a way to do this without a memory, which is okay. Like, it's not it's not my goal to make everything memoryless. And honestly, as far as my like resource utilization goes, you actually cannot see that, sorry. So let me just move this. Like, I'm not really using any memory really. I'm losing like a reasonable amount of CPU, but I'm not really using any memory. So it's not a concern from that perspective. But I need to come up with a system where the important jobs get done, and they get done quickly. And especially if something gets started, even if it's not important, it actually gets done. So the importance kind of should only come in while considering if something should be done. But the moment we kind of say, okay, like, let's actually do this, then that thing really should be done. Now this gets very weird with repair, right? Like, right now I deliberately have turned off repair on walls because walls have like 300 million capacity as far as energy goes. And if I started repairing walls, like, my colony would be doing nothing else than just repair walls. So for repairs, there will need to be like a more detailed system. I'm kind of thinking about having like these brackets where a repair job is like moving, I think, one tick. Like, let's say for a wall, right? Like, let's say that we say that, okay, like a wall has 300 ticks. Each of the ticks is like 1 million energy. If the wall dips below like 299 million, which is like, what if it's, you know, one tick down, that will already trigger a repair job that will kind of try to bring it back to, you know, full ticks. But if I have a wall that's like at 1 hit point, like this one, like these walls are here just to kind of block out this resource, so that this drill that I have assigned to this resource doesn't kind of, you know, doesn't get confused and actually stands on top of the container that's below it. So for these walls, I don't really want to like allocate one creep to just sit on it and, you know, repair it from 1 to 300 million. But let's say maybe like if I schedule a repair job that would be going from 1 hit point to 1 million hit points, maybe. I mean, that's already crazy big, right? Like the amount of repair one creep can do is pretty small, so we should probably chunk it in like relatively fine increments. But I think this idea of having these brackets and saying that the job is just going from here to here and not necessarily the full repair, this will help us with the scheduling, because then obviously if it's still not repaired, it will pop up as like a new repair job, but that will get checked again against the priority. So right, like if we say, okay, like it's right now we are not really doing anything, so let's just go and repair a thing, because I still, while I really shouldn't, I still really consider repairs to be very low priority job. But basically, yeah, like if you are not doing anything, just please go and repair this thing. But that would mean repair it by one tick, not repair it all the way through. And then after the job is actually completed, then we will go and say, oh, you know, like there is still a repair job. Hey, sorry, let me switch to the chat, because I didn't do that. Hey, welcome back. How have you been? Yeah, I have a second room and I'm being super greedy, and I have been looking at this thing over here, because it has tasty rooms around it. Specifically, this room is very tasty to me. It has 3 energy sources, and it looks very appealing. So I'm really considering kind of, you know, waltzing my way through these 2 guys and getting in here. So that's kind of a stretch goal for today. Goal number 1 for today is just like write the logic to have warfare and to be able to do anything. Stretch goal 1 is, you know, clear up this room. Yeah, clear up this room. It should be pretty easy. Like this guy is not really doing much. Like he has like very basic creeps that just have work, move and carry, and that there isn't really anything happening in this room, honestly. So, you know, cleaning this up should be not really a problem. Cleaning this up, come on, load, will be a bit trickier. Like this guy has a lot of creeps. I don't think he has like attack creeps at all, but he has 2 towers. So I mean, we will see. Like I will need to devise some sort of like prodding logic where I kind of try to trigger the save mode and then maybe have it expire, and I don't know. Like getting through here will not be trivial. Like this will be an actual thing that I need to do, like, yeah. But the good thing is, like, this guy actually did build like some walls here, so it's, I kind of like this room. Like this room looks pretty neat. And if we manage to get through that, then yeah, the next one is the tasty room. So, and there's even these what is this source keeper? I don't even know what it is. Source keeper layer. Also, these are the layers. Okay, not layers, layers. Make big healers drain energy on towers, then dismantle wall or attack with melee creep to get in. Huh. Okay, let me check that. I mean, okay, so he isn't walled in from my side. He's walled in from the creep side, right? Like there's no walls. Like this leads up, and these 2 entrances are all coming from the same source. That would defeat your room. You are one of the 2 guys there, or what are you saying? Ah, in general, like, okay, so the strategy. Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, I think this guy didn't really. To be fair, I haven't seen this guy do much. Like, he was building up, he built all these walls, but I haven't seen really happening anything in this room after that. There's like no expansion happening or anything, so I think, like, first of all, I think the guy that's here, like, that's just a dead space. Like, I don't think this person is really looking at this at all. Because, like, this has been spawned for a while and there really isn't anything happening here. And I suspect this one is abandoned as well. So, yeah. Okay, but I will need to read up on draining. So, you are saying that you can, like, drain buildings. Let me quickly jump to my browser. And let's go to the documentation as usual. API references. Screeps. So, I mean, there is attack and ranged attack. Oh, or you mean drain them by just having like healing itself just sitting there? Is that what we are saying by draining? Ah, that sounds like a very good idea. Yeah, that's good. So, okay, like, how to actually, where are we? Towers. Oh yeah, towers actually make like damage based on the distance, right? Defense. Towers. Weakens the distance. Is there a formula for the... Yeah, I mean, okay, like, we will see what happens. What I might do is I might just take over the adjacent room. And at that point I will have respawns. And if I fix my job scheduling logic to be more efficient with my economy, I think at that point I will be very well positioned to just attack anyone. I mean, alternatively, one thing we can also have a look at is actually the minerals, because can I actually do something with them? I have been looking at that a bit, but haven't really like drilled into the details. So I mean, here I have level 6. Yeah, so I know that like with minerals I can boost things. So yeah, okay, here I can, or so that's level 6, so I can already have an extractor and a lab over here. Is that enough? Minerals combined with reactions using labs. Okay, so I have access to, what is this? Is it, it's probably not oxygen, right? Like, there's like weird names for these. Oh, it is oxygen, what the heck? Oxygen, and we have yttrium, and we have yttrium again. So we have oxygen and yttrium. So can we do anything using that? Oh, but I can only mine oxygen because the other room is level 5, not level 6 yet. Mineral. Oh no, I want the other documentation. Is there resources? So this is how you'd make compounds. Okay. Well, I can make the thing that I don't care about at all. I can make yttrium oxide potentially, which is 200% harvest effectiveness, which is literally the like one thing that I don't care about at all, because I have these drills sitting on my energy sources, and they always maximize the source anyway. Oh geez. Okay. Well. But dismantle will increase to... Where do you see that? Oh, is that harvest? No, there's dismantle effectiveness is a separate thing. So that's yttrium hydride. Okay, so actually... Yeah, okay, so with this knowledge, so what is actually available in the adjacent rooms, right? So if we would expand over here, so there's oxygen over here, so that's redundant, damn it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can build a terminal yet, but I will have to check that. I think terminal is level 7, and there's yttrium again. Ah, damn it! Like this is like all the same resources. Oh, level 6. So maybe I can then. Okay, let me check. Oh yes, I can actually build a terminal. Oh, so wait, so... So with terminal, you don't just send resources between rooms, but also to the market. Oh, I did not know that. That's cool. I should start doing that. Like I have... Wait a second. So this oxygen is actually density high. So I should start mining that and sending that to the market. I mean, honestly, even if I'm just selling it, like it still makes sense to do. Like, why would I not do it? Okay, so then... Damn it, now I'm wavering about like what to do. Okay, so but how do you then show... how can I then see the resources? Okay, map areas. Yeah, I don't know how to like show resources on this map. Okay, so wait, did this thing freeze? No, it was just stuck in a weird state. It is selected to show control level. Ah, this thing. Oh, okay. Oh, there's like an ultra density of oxygen over here. I can be like the oxygen manufacturer. Okay. So I think what I will do is I will write the logic for warfare. We will attack this room, which should be super easy. Like, again, I don't think this person is playing actually, because there's really nothing happening here. But I do actually want to write like a proper logic for warfare. Then we will claim this room the same way we did the, the other rooms. And I cannot really start mining this thing, but we'll start mining the oxygen in the other room and then just... damn it, I should have some... It would really help my economy if I had some sort of like resource. You can just work parts, creep, dismantle wall, and dismount to spawn then. Yes. Yeah. Okay, I think it's I was going for something a bit more crazy for today, but I think this is actually like strategically the correct move. And the good thing is like this area is actually pretty neat. Like I'm really liking the fact that my area is kind of snaking. So I will need to come back to my original area because that one is still kind of not... Come on, why is this not loading? Okay, I'm switching to the browser. Like the Steam version is really not amazing. Oh, I need to log in. Ah. Damn it, I had a problem with this last time. Okay, now it worked, I think. Yeah, except it doesn't really. Okay, there might be some sort of issue with the servers themselves today. I don't know what's happening. Come on, please load for me. What the? Why am I in the tutorial? Okay, that was exceedingly weird. Okay. So what I wanted to kind of do and... Oh, come on, load, please. Okay. So in this room, this is my starting room. I'm thinking about plugging possibly this wall with like a proper wall and making like moving this ramp, basically destroying this rampart over here and moving it over here, because right now this is actually a pretty wide rampart and having just like one single point one would be neat. It would be less wastage of resources to kind of maintain it. What the heck is happening over here? Oh, it's just like all of them run out of energy. I was like, why are these guys... Oh. Oh no. Okay, I have a problem with my... Oh no, this is annoying. I just found a bug in my logic. I mean, it's not... It's kind of a bug, but not really. This is just silly. So what's happening, these Screeps are just sitting there. They pick up the resources out of this container, out of this storage, and they just put them back immediately. I mean, okay, so the thing is, this is kind of desired behavior, kind of, because the thing is, they do that because there are no other jobs for them to do. So it's like the default job is just to go to the storage and just drop your resources over there. It's kind of to make sure that I have like an implicit sweep, because the creeps will pick up resources from the ground. So if there's like, you know, creep that picked up resources from the ground and he has nothing to do, he will just go to the storage and drop it in. So basically what this tells me is that I should just ramp up my limit. Let me just play with that. And yes, I set all my limits through my memory, which is maybe not that common. So this thing, no. Was there like a way to... I don't remember. Anyway, let's do rooms.e27s1. So that's one thing I want to set. Oh, actually, not just the room, I want straight up the limits. So limits like that, and I want rooms.e26s2.limits. So I had an issue with just storing them as non-serialized, and I can go back into the code in a minute and kind of show you what was the problem. And I think I don't have to go this far, but I need the serialization. Okay, so over here, it's upgrade. Let's just ramp up upgrade jobs to 6. And I feel like the same thing should go over here, honestly. Okay, so these guys should now go over here and start upgrading this. Yep, it's happening. Okay, good. Okay, so to the code. Let me show you. So the reason why I did this was because I think I can get rid of this JSON.stringify, but I think I need this part because I'm using the TypeScript maps and sets, and they don't actually serialize properly if you just have them in memory. So they kind of serialized okay, but they don't. What was the problem? Something breaks in there, basically. I had a big issue with this, and I think, but I will need to test this at some point, but I think I can drop the stringify and it will correctly serialize itself, but I'm pretty sure I cannot get rid of this expansion. This expansion is required for the things to correctly like expand, and then when they are getting deserialized to be correctly picked up. Okay, so small fix is done. We kind of have a plan for today. Let's just, you know, get rid of this guy over here. So because there's nothing here, as people said, I can just dismantle things. So I guess let's just do that. The thing is, how will I structure my code around this though? So okay, let's just make some notes, because this will be a lot of thinking and lot of other stuff. Okay, so for like basic dismantling, right? So that's like there are no towers, or towers are out of energy, no defensive creeps. So in this case, I can just take work parts and dismantle. Then, as mentioned, I probably want to have some sort of draining logic. So healers, so draining logic to drain tower energy. Sit next to entrance and heal each other or themselves. Actually, one thing I haven't checked is there like a big difference between creeps attacking in melee or creeps attacking with ranged attacks? Okay, so the ranged attack is more expensive and it does way less hits. Okay, so this costs 80, which is almost half of the range attack, and with one hit it's 30. Well, with one tick, I guess is the correct way to say that. With one tick it's 30 hit points. This thing with 10 hits per tick. Oh no, okay, so there are actually two different things. Okay, so this actually might be more efficient in some cases. So this is like an area of effect attack. So either we are hitting a specific creep or structure for 10 hits, or we're attacking everything around us within 3 squares for 1 to 10 hits. Yeah, I can definitely imagine situations where this actually might be super powerful. Okay. So then tough just costs 10. Okay, but the problem is like it's a body part, right? So I need to have a corresponding move if I want to actually move every tick. Okay. This is very intriguing. Like I really feel there's like basically a place for like a super tough creep that just has, the only thing it does is this area of effect, and it just goes somewhere and like sits there and is attacked by a bunch of creeps. Yeah. Okay then. Now the question is, what would be a good way to control this? Like I can kind of have this work manually, right? Where I can basically, so right now I kind of already have that. If we go into my memory, basically in here, there's like these remote uses, remote use sources, which is basically if I mark a source over here, what will happen is there will be miners going to there and basically working as workers in that room. Or actually specifically, I think I set them to be just builders. There is rooms to control, which is basically, you know, which rooms I want to have control over. So if I lose control, there will be a claim guy going over there and trying to reclaim it. There's the remote rooms, which is which rooms I want to have observers in. This actually needs a fix because right now it doesn't check if I already have visibility in this room, so I have kind of observers sitting in these rooms anyway. Like there's an observer over here that's completely pointless. I haven't really fixed it because it's just like a super cheap creep, so who cares, but yeah. It's definitely a thing that could be optimized. I have so this is generated remote sources. So this is where which sources I want to remotely mine, and this is limit for that, like how many miners I want to have on that source. So I basically have all these things in my memory, so it would kind of make sense to have the same idea over like with the attacks. I'm kind of getting the feeling that I need to kind of structure my memory better to you know have like a sub thing over here, because like if I just keep doing this flat, this will become very, very hard to read soon. Yeah, so if I kind of did, yeah, and then okay, so the last thing was like attacking creeps, and that's to be decided how exactly that will work. So it makes kind of sense to me to have rooms to attack, and then there will be basically logic. So if I don't have visibility, then like I guess at all, send send an observer to that room to get a snapshot. If I do have a snapshot, so if I kind of know what's in the room, I basically need to figure out what's the correct thing to do. So either there are no towers, and actually this could be kind of merged with the rooms to control, honestly. Because it's like, okay, so if I don't have visibility, then I send an observer. If there's nothing in the room, I just claim it, right? If there is no buildings to like kill, then but the controller in the room is it a controller? What's it called? I keep forgetting the actual names. Yes, controller. So if the controller of in the room is owned by someone else, then I need to flip it. But that's actually, isn't that the same thing? Maybe. Okay. Yeah, so this is more how I'm kind of structuring my like logic. So there's like a global logic, which is kind of figuring out, oh, I need to build a creep of a specific type and send it to a room. And basically what happens is the creep kind of has a room level logic that kind of kicks in once it enters that room. So that's kind of how my code is structured right now. So what I'm describing here is kind of the global logic that figures out that it needs to build a creep to send it into a room. Yeah. So I already have like a very similar logic with the remote builders. Let me quickly show you that. It's in here. So I have the remote builders. So what the remote builders do is Maybe I don't have it actually here. Drill researches by ID. Yeah, it's kind of this thing. No, I mean, so this is just a move tool without anything super special. But they're basically here, like these scripts have a like a specific ID, object ID, where to actually store the resources. So that's for the remote miners. The remote builders kind of works similarly. But this is kind of what I was saying, like once the thing is in the room, there's this build logic that just kind of works like any other build logic, because within the room, building is just building. But these did have trail logic. Where was that? I definitely have the logic somewhere. Was it in the respawn? This is the basic respawn sized workers, remote sources builders. Okay. Room, spawn room name. Oops, that was a misclick. Source ID. Remote builder. Where the heck? I totally forgot where I actually do that logic, where I actually go into a room. Did I just put it into the drill logic? No. Hey, welcome back. I'm right now trying to remember where I put what code. Remote. I mean, I 100% did have special logic somewhere. But where the heck did it go? Oh, was it just this one? Creep move tool? Am I just using basic move tool? I think I am. Okay, so sorry. Then in that case, I'm just misremembering. I might have changed it to this simple code because it just worked. There was this weird thing with the swamp needing to be cost 1 because there was some pathfinding bug last time. But yeah, okay. Damn it, there was definitely something I did about this, but I'm not remembering. Oh yeah, totally. Like TypeScript is it's so much easier if you can kind of have the compilation and the types and everything. Like it's this is the main reason why I'm not fond of scripted languages, because like the things the compiler can give you are just invaluable. Like it can tell you that your code is wrong just by looking at it. Like that's amazing. Okay. Let's just try to finish this logic. So this will not be rooms to attack. This will be straight up rooms to control. So this will be the very high level logic that runs on a global scale. So okay, I just give it a target room, and it will go if it doesn't have a visibility into the room. It will send an observer. Yeah, I could also use a flag. Yes. Now, what I'm not doing right now with the observers is I kind of need to make a snapshot of the room which I'm not doing right now, because if I send an observer into a room and it gets immediately shut down by the towers, well, then I don't want to be just like sending the observers there and like waiting in between, because that would be very silly. So I kind of need to rely on odd data from the room to kind of know what buildings were in the room. But yeah, so if I don't know anything about the room, I need to send an observer there. So if the room doesn't, if the room has a neutral controller, then send a claim bot over there. And I think the same if it doesn't have any buildings, but does have a controller that's owned by someone. Right, I think that's correct. So if there are buildings but no defensive structures / creeps, and now the thing is, I actually don't know if I can look at the creeps in a room. I will have to check that. But if I can figure this out or make a guess at it, if there are buildings but no defensive structure creeps, then send in dismantle bots, which actually will be just workers with a special task. Ah, cool. Okay. But can I see what parts do they have? Because that's the important thing. Like, I need to figure out if any of the creeps in the room have, you know, attack or range attack parts. Oh, perfect. Okay, then very good. Okay, so if there are buildings, we want to send in workers to dismantle stuff. If there are no hostile creep, well, if there are no defensive creeps, but well, actually maybe I don't care about that. If there are towers, send in drain bots, healers that make the towers attack them, and if there are defensive bots, creeps, then send in attack creeps. Okay. Now I'm still not clear on what would be an effective creep for an attack, but I guess we will figure that out through experimentation. But I kind of feel like this kind of logic flow sounds okay to me. Like, maybe these two things could happen in parallel, maybe. Like, especially the decision when I switch over between these two, because I actually want to make progress, but on the other hand, I don't want to just waste creeps. But also, technically, I have a pretty good economy, so if I just send in, like, if I'm actually able to produce enough, you know, I could just overwhelm someone just by sending more creeps. Like, that's totally fine. Like, if just my economy is strong enough, just like walking over someone from, you know, using my economic power is definitely a possibility. So to kind of get to this, I mean, I started refactoring my code a little bit already. So I kind of have this, where is it? Yeah, not this, damn it, where is it? Game spawns, yes, this room data object. So this is a thing that's kind of holding all the room state. Right now it does the serialization, and initialize things and that kind of stuff. Right now I haven't moved a lot of things over here, but I kind of want to have like a global thing that has the global state and then have the room state and so on, and then I can kind of keep things under check. I can measure relatively easily how long does it take me to, like, how much am I actually spending in the serialization and so on. Okay, so where would this go? I mean, the information about which rooms I want to control. Where did my notepad go? What the heck? Okay, that was strange. So these rooms to control information, I already kind of have that. So yeah, I have the rooms to control, and that one is set to E26S2. So that one we already control. So perfect. So we can kind of reuse that. Okay. Yeah, let's just take it step by step. So for claiming the room I want to claim right now, we will only need this part. So we don't really need the drain boards or the offensive creeps, because again, the room that we want to claim doesn't really have any of that. So that's amazing, and makes things much simpler. Okay. I need to sit down. So just a second, I will just lower my desk. Okay, much better. So the observer part, again, I already kind of have. What I'm missing there is actually the snapshot taking ability. So I want to the things I care about is find the controller, figure out the state of the controller, find all the creeps, figure out if there are any offensive creeps, and find the towers in the room. And I guess basically check if there are any buildings, but I mean, that's the thing I care about less, because if there's nothing offensive in the room, I can kind of park the observer over there, and at that point I just have the visibility anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, I know there are constants for that. Okay, so let's start with that. So let's start with the observer logic first. So let's go here. So our observer. So the observer is, it will find the room. Oh yes, so this was the complicated logic, because this one is the thing that tries to find the path into a room that I don't see into. Right. So for the other creeps, I can just use go to an ID, because if I have visibility towards that ID, I can just go to it. I don't have to do this like routing thing that I need to do with the observer. Okay. So I find the route to room, that's fine. So if I still need to move to a different room, then yep, this all makes sense. Okay, so this is the parking logic. So basically, when the observer reaches a room, I need to kind of have the observer to scoot into the room so it doesn't like stay on the border, because that will teleport it to like back into the previous room. Which is one thing that's super annoying about this game, but I kind of, you know, makes sense. Basically what happened previously was like the observer would end up on this space over here and would get automatically teleported to the next room, the next tick. And then it would move into this room because it was in the incorrect room, but then it would, you know. That actually would be a reasonable thing to do, wouldn't it, right? Yeah, I will definitely need to do like a lot of these optimizations about finding the paths, because I'm burning a lot of CPU. Yeah. Okay. So over here we need to, this will be the observe logic. So as we said, find the controller, figure out its state, find hostile creeps that have attack capability, and find hostile towers, and that's kind of it. And hostile creeps that have attack capability, I will count the neutral creeps in that. And I think they are still counted as hostile, right? Like they're not. We just quickly jump to here, which is one of the. Nope, this is not. Yeah, okay, so what are you? Owner, invader, name, defender. It's a. I mean, it's a creep, so it should be counted just like as a hostile creep, I think. But okay, we will see. We will see. Yeah, this will be fun. I really kind of want to get to smash these guys at some point. But I suspect that this guy will have something to say about that. Holy crap, this guy actually has like a lot of stuff. Yeah, this is a big player. I'm not too worried about this blue guy because I'm kind of separated from him. The green guy is kind of my size. This pink guy is kind of expanding quite a lot. Oh no, he only has two things, but he claimed... Oh, he reserved the controllers in these rooms. Okay. Actually, damn it, maybe I should do that. I should just reserve this room. And just remotely mine it and just be greedy and go for the next one. Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's make the decision once I have this logic working. I can actually do these things. Okay, and so all of this I want to store in global state under snapshots. Okay, yes. And if everything is fine, just go park on this flag and that will be peachy. Okay. So I will definitely... Oops, sorry about that. Okay. So I will definitely need some sort of combat module thing that will actually have the logic that decides based on these things. But this will definitely have to live here in the observer logic. Okay, so let's just write it. So what I want to do is in the current room, so that's just creep.room, right? Yes. Creep.room controller dot is active, is power enabled. Okay, let's have a look at the API, because I'm sure there's information on this. Where the heck is it? Where did my browser? Oh, this is my browser, right. So I want structure controller. There should be... Check whether the structure can be used. If room control level is insufficient, then this method will return false. Interesting. Not quite sure I understand that. Owner. Right, so I suspect that I can just check the owner, but... Oh, so there's owner's reservation. And I can check the safe mode through this as well. Okay. So I guess what I care about is owner. Creep dot, come on. Creep dot room. Yeah, let's just write this down. Creep dot room dot control dot reservation dot username, and I guess the ticks to expire. Yep. Oh, and the safe mode, right. Creep.room.controller.safe mode. Wait a second. Oh, number of, so that's already the number of ticks. Okay, or undefined. Okay, sure. So it's either undefined or it's the number of ticks remaining. Okay. So I think this should be enough information about the controller. Then, and okay, so I guess let's just make like a corresponding representation over here. So let's just call it interface controller info. So first of all will be the owner will be a string, and I will owner or the person that reserved this controller is owned. I guess, okay, let's just make it an enum. So it's either neutral, owned, or reserved. And I think that's it, maybe. Enum controller state. So owned, reserved, or neutral. I must start with either declare or export modifier. Sure, so export enum. Not expert, export. And yeah, so state will be this. Yeah. And then there was the number of ticks, right? Oh, what did I break? Damn it, I think I broke my memory somehow. What the heck? Oh wait, is control state already like an enum somewhere? It probably is, isn't it? Right? Oh, damn it. Yeah, I don't see it in the documentation, but I suspect that that's what broke it. Okay, so I can do it slightly differently. What I can do is state is either owned or reserved or neutral, which is a bit more annoying way to do this, but it should work. Yes, this doesn't break anything. Okay. So back to my observer. So if it's reserved, I have the username. Now, what will I do about the safe mode? I mean, I don't particularly care about the ticks on the reservation as such. Possibly, yeah, I don't know. Number, yeah, let's just do number of ticks for the safe mode to expire. Control info. Yeah, that, I think that's enough. So then what I want is interface room snapshot. So room snapshot will be information about the controller and then other stuff. And this will be underneath I think I need to put it into my main memory because room snapshots. So it will be a string because it's one of my serialization situations. So it will be a string to room snapshot. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So observer. Back to observer. So we found the controller, we figured out the state. Well, actually not really. We actually need to now store it. Right, so let's do a bit of code cleanup. So over here I do like a lot of these remote miners. Yeah, so these rooms to control. Okay, so let's start with this. So similar to my room data, which has a constructor with the room and does all the deserialization and sets it up, I kind of want also to serialize. Yep. Okay, so let's do it this way. So this will not really be taking any parameters as such. I mean, memory is a global object, I think, right? Like if I just do, like I don't get the memory passed in anywhere. Yeah, no, it's one of the global objects. Okay. Then I guess over here in my global, I can just have a constructor that doesn't really take anything, and it just does, you know, memory dot something. Okay. So let's start with the rooms to control. So first of all, let's move this inside of the global data structure. So this will be a public thing. Yep. It's basically similar to this. I just initialize it, deserialize it in the constructor and then serialize it through the serialize call. So I do want the libs. I actually do have that imported, which is good. So this one is a set. So lib dot mem dot deserialize set, and deserialize a set of what? This thing is a set of strings. Yeah, because these are just room names. Okay, sure. So deserialize set of string from memory dot rooms to control. And this will be rooms, this dot rooms to control. Okay. And then I need the serialize. So serialize, which will be basically the opposite of this. So memory dot rooms to control will be mem dot serialize set this dot rooms to control. And yeah, this one we don't have to tell it that it's a string because it will figure it out. Yeah, that would be a good name, yes. I kind of agree with the naming scheme. I mean, my like starting spawn is source of all evil, so you know. I should maybe stick with that. It's with that naming schema. Okay, so for now this should be basically this thing. And it's the helpers that I have for the serialization, deserialization, they kind of do the same logic. They try to serialize it, try to deserialize it. If they fail, they just initialize it to nothing. So the memory is this kind of makes the memory very resilient. So if there's like, I accidentally, you know, fat finger something when I'm manually editing the memory, it will just kind of reset itself, and I just need to be careful, you know, like verify that I didn't screw up the memory after I edit it manually. But rooms to, okay, so we're missing the rooms to control because I don't have the global object as such. Okay, so over here const global will be new global, which I actually need to import because I'm not doing that yet. We have multiple globals now. Okay, that's fun. Yeah, import star as global data from this thing. Yeah, I'll call it just global data. It's a bit awkward, but yeah. Wait, why? This should be working. Why is it not code completing? Indeed, thank you. Yes. Stupid mistakes as usual. Okay, so we create the global. As it's creating this thing, it will actually do the deserialization. So then this thing over here needs a fix. So this will be just global.rooms to control, because now it's inside of this thing. And over here we are not doing this, but instead we do global dot oh damn it, what did I actually call it? I call it global. That's bad, because global is also an import. Yeah, let's call it global. I cannot call it global. Naming. Sure, let's call it empire. Yeah, issues with basic naming as usual. Hello, welcome back. How was your week? Okay, so we have moved the rooms to control into the serialize deserialize. And thank you. How is that game actually? Like, I have only looked at it like very initially, and it has been a complete insanity at that point. Okay, so now over here okay, good to know. I mean, I just started playing Call of Duty again, the new one that released yesterday. Surprisingly not super toxic yet. We will see what happens, but people are like chatting and stuff, which is weird. We will see what happens over time, but yeah. Okay, so the thing I need to introduce over here is actually like the serial representation of the cached rooms. cached room info. So this will be actually a map from a string to, what did I call the type? I called it room snapshot, yes. To room snapshot, and then we need to deserialize it over here. So this dot cached room info will be mem dot deserialize map of string to room snapshot from memory dot room snapshots. And then when we serialize it the other way around, so memory dot room snapshots will be mem dot serialize serialize map of this dot cache room info. Okay, so this should straight up work and deserialize the thing correctly. Let me just double check if I did it correctly in the memory. So the room snapshot is just a string. Yep, this all seems fine. So we will have the controller info. Right, so then where this thing actually needs to store it is memory dot room snapshots. No. Shoot, right. I actually want to go through the empire, don't I? So how do I pass that in? I'm already passing in the observer map, which is actually the other thing from the memory. I can just pass in the empire and it will not be a huge deal, I think. Yeah, let's just do that. That kind of makes sense, I guess. Import star as global data from I need to go out into data into global, right? So this will be global data dot global, and then I need to change my main over here. I need to pass in the empire. Okay, so we do have that. So then in the observer with my empire, I can actually do empire dot cached room info. So what I will do, I will delete the current room. So room creep.room.name, and then insert a new instance. Basically create a new entry and then insert that entry into the cache. So I need a new, whatever did I call it, a room snapshot. Okay. What if you said because I want to find the rooms by name. So if you think about the logic, it's basically, hey, go grab this room, and we are grabbing the room by name. So we always kind of need to figure out, okay, like this, you know, if I just have a set, I don't have a good way to find that set. I would have to basically iterate through it. Oh, map.set. Sorry. Yes. Okay, maybe it's possible that it has the correct semantics. Oh, it doesn't show like inline documentation. TypeScript map set. No, that's a bad thing to search for. So is wait, so are these... So this always confuses me. Like, is the TypeScript map... Is the TypeScript map something different than like the JavaScript map? It's... Oh. Generics. They don't really talk about maps over here, so I guess it's the same thing then? Okay. So then JavaScript map. Methods. Set. Says the value for the key. Okay, so yeah, so that probably is the correct thing to use. Okay, yeah. Thanks. So no delete. And then basically down here we will do this. So we want a new snapshot. New snapshot. Being used as a value here. Something like that. I think that works-ish. Yeah. Like the differences between interfaces and classes and stuff in TypeScript are still a bit fuzzy to me, I have to admit. So snap.controller.owner will be actually okay. So if we have a controller, that's the step number one. So if we have a controller, then we want to oh my jeez, okay, that sounds like an insane idea, but amazing at the same time. Okay, right, sorry. Sorry for the don't get confused. This is my this is my information about the controller, not the controller. But yeah, setting up Prometheus and Grafana to track like stats of this, that sounds like wow. Because of hidden classes, probably can initialize properties with undefined. Oh gosh, like you guys are so advanced, like what the heck? Like are there some like supporting libraries to do that, or like how do you guys do it? Oh, through that. Yeah, I've seen that site. Okay. Ah. Oh, interesting stuff. So how did you do it manually, Brainward? Because I mean, by default, Prometheus scrapes, right? You would have to push the data to Prometheus. Ah, interesting. Man, I learn crazy shit about this game every day. That's ridiculous. I'm slowly getting the feeling that like at the end, like my setup will be on a similar level that our production setup at work. Because this is kind of crazy. What I'm just hearing from you guys. Oh jeez. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, I can so see myself doing crazy stuff like this. Oh boy, why did you tell me? Oh jeez. Okay. No, this will be fun. Okay. Owner or undefined is not. Yes. Okay. Owner.username. Yep. Okay. Actually, wait a second. What is actually owner in the API? So if we go to structure controller, owner is owned structure. It's max structure type. Huh. Yeah, so this just says a username. Okay. Okay, so this we want to do if we have an owner. So controller and control.owner. Just store the username. Do I actually need to do snap.controller new what did I call it? Control info? Yeah, I think I actually need to do that. Well, not new because it's an interface again. But yeah, like this. Maybe I actually don't need to do that. Do you guys know? Do I like if I have? Do I actually need to initialize it, or can I just write into it? I honestly don't know with interfaces. I mean, if I have a class, right? Like if I have you mean you think I can write? I mean, there are interfaces, which is the thing that's complicating it, because this is coming from the type definitions, so I mean, maybe I should actually just make these like proper types, like proper classes. So this is one thing that's, yeah, actually, because like inside of memory everything kind of just ends up being a string because of the way I do it. So to kind of simplify things, I should just make these classes, because what's the point of having it like this? Like there's no point of having these as interfaces over here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's I will actually make my life easier. I will just make these proper classes. Because again, like here, it's just it ends up being a string. It's not referring to this room snapshot, which is, yeah. Okay, let's do it that way. So let's just quickly move this over here. And yeah, let's just inline define these. So owner, yeah. And now I can actually make this proper enum. Okay, so let's just export all these things. So export enum controller state info. So this will be owned, reserved, neutral. And then safe mode remaining. So it needs to be public. Yeah, and this thing also needs to be public. Public. Okay. Then export class room snapshot. Constructor. Public controller info. Okay, and room snapshot. Okay, so this will still work perfectly fine because we just changed it to equivalent classes, but the observer now breaks because yes, so this now needs to come from the global data. So global data dot room snapshot and global data control info, and now I actually just do new over here, right? But now I pass it as parameters. Okay, so username, I need to figure out the state and I need to figure out the safe mode. Okay. Okay, so then this thing moves down here. And actually what we will do is straight up empire dot cached room info dot set creep dot room dot name new global data dot room snapshot, and then here we pass the controller info, which, yeah, that needs to change very slightly. Okay, let's see. Naming issues again. Yeah, let's do it. C info. Okay, so at least that part is happy. So okay, owner username. So technically username should be optional. Well, not username. Owner should be optional. Yeah, because we don't have to have an owner. Wait, did I write that? No. So control info goes into room snapshot. So we might have a owner. We definitely have a state. Okay, so this needs to move to the forward. And save mode remaining will be always there because it's just a number. Okay. Let's reshuffle things a bit. Yeah, sorry, give me just a second. This is a mess right now, sorry. So we start with this username. Yeah, just a second, I will just restructure this code very slightly. So controller.owner.username. Then let save mode remaining will be controller dot it needs to be a bit more structured, unfortunately. Actually, I just start with 0. So we know we have controllers, then save mode remaining will be controller dot save mode right, if we have save mode. Then controller dot save mode dot that's actually it because it's just a number. Okay. Oh, cool. I'm glad you like it. So this is just Harry's Heller. It's the stream beats. Free to use, you know, music without any string attached as far as like copyright nonsense goes. Which is super cool because if you don't know, like Twitch is getting hit with DMCAs like super hard right now. Because they pissed off the RIAA. How do you say that? RIAA. Yes, that's the way to say it. So they pissed them off and they're like smashing Twitch right now like crazy. So if you are not using this or what the Monster Cat Gold, oh damn it, I use another one as well. There's like a couple of these things. Like you are pretty much screwed. Like if you are using copyrighted music and you don't have the license, even if you have the license, like no one will be checking right now because it's just like a complete mess. Okay, so we have the safe mode information, and the last thing that I wanted was the reservation, right? Okay, so that goes with the state. So we start okay, I'm missing one thing. So the state of a controller should be owned, reserved, neutral, or none, because there doesn't have to be a controller in a room technically. Okay. So over here, so let state, we start with none. So this will be global data dot control state dot none, and then if there is an owner, we set the state to state dot state equals owned. If there's a safe mode, if controller dot reservation Wait, is this not... Yeah, it can be undefined. Okay. So if there is a reservation... Okay. I hope that these two are mutually exclusive. So if you either have a reservation on it or you have an owner. If not, then this will become a bit messy. State is global data dot controller state info dot reserved, and I don't care about the remaining ticks on the reservation because that's not really important. But otherwise it is neutral, so if it's not owned, if it's not reserved, and it is there, then it's neutral. Oops, global data dot control state info neutral. So state is this, right? Okay, so this should be logic. So first we figure out if it's owned, if it's reserved, if it's neutral, and then we check if there is a safe mode, which is an orthogonal thing. And then over here we can just do what was it? Okay, let me change the constructor again, because it should be... No, it's correct. It's state, safe mode, and then owner. Yes, okay. So state is state, safe mode, and owner. Okay. Why are you complaining? Oh, because I called it username, not owner. Right. Okay, and this basically I can just do inline, I don't have to do it in 2 steps. Okay, so we create a new RAM snapshot with the control info. So that was the controller. Now we want the same thing for let's start with towers. So this will go in between the set and the controller information. So what do we want to know about towers? I mean, it might be useful to kind of know the distance from the entry point. So we know that the entry point will be, like, if you are sending an invasion, the entry point will be the same. Well, it doesn't technically need to be the same, but it, like, at least for now, it should be the same as the direction that the observer came in. So if I figure out the distance for the towers, I can use that information to kind of figure out how heavily I will get hit if I send in the drain units. So that might be something worth storing. So okay, let's just do... Yep. Yeah, I'm aware of this code. I have it somewhere already, definitely. Somewhere in the common. Yeah, creep room, find my structures, filter, structures, extension, spawn, tower, and so on. Yeah. Okay, so let's do export class Oh, does it? Ah, yes, yes, yes. So technically that should be the feature of the font, not of Twitch itself. And it actually is, like, if you look at it, you can actually select just like part of it. You can actually see the same in my IDE. So if I do just, okay, let's just do this. Yeah, it automatically changes, but you can independently select the parts of it. It's called ligatures. Yeah. So actually this is like a very nice thing for coding, like find a font that supports ligatures and then just turn them on. It makes a lot of things way like easier to read, especially like you can see it a lot in the very common ligature in JavaScript is the comparisons. So where do I have that? Somewhere that I can show you, probably in the logic. Here, like, so the triple compare, you know, like this, then this. It is much easier to read than just, you know, the if you do it like this. I would have to like turn off this feature to kind of, you know, actually show you what I'm trying to show you, but you get the point. It helps a lot with the like visual side of things. Yeah, totally. Like it's just a visual thing. In like a normal text, ligatures are usually used to like, okay, let me actually font ligature. It's like these kind of things. So some of the fonts, like, you know, are supposed to kind of melt together if you have like multiple, you know, characters next to each other. But you can do the same for, you know, coding fonts and have like, you know, good characters. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely not like anything new. But the thing is, you usually like, it's only recently that like the normal editors that you like use to like, you know, write things actually started supporting ligatures, because it was rendering ligatures correctly was pretty expensive. So this is like actually like a relatively recent thing where like in, you know, Microsoft Word and other things you can actually have ligatures for fonts, and now it's in the IDEs as well. Previously you would only get it in like the professional, you know, typesetting tools. Okay, so back from the detour, so let's do tower info. Actually, let's call it static defense info. Because actually one thing I realized, what I might want to do... Oh, I just thought about one thing. Can you actually build stuff right on the border? I guess you can, because I did it over here. So what I'm thinking is, imagine that this wall was like one closer, right? So if I don't have repair for walls, so I can actually do this. What? Oh, it's not actually allowing me to do that. So maybe I cannot. I can do a wall. I cannot do. Ah, okay. So yeah, there is protection against that. Okay, good to know. I was thinking, like, if I would just build, like, you know, a wall over here, then whoever comes in will just get teleported back. Oh, only roads and containers. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Okay, yeah, so this would be a neat exploit where you basically, like, block off your entrance. But I guess someone did it at some point and it is fixed. Okay, cool stuff. Okay, so I'm calling it static defense info because I realized there might be other stuff. Like, I actually want to know if there's like bunch of walls between me and the things I want to reach, right? So here I definitely want information about towers, but I also want to know like the pathing slash walls slash what are they called? Ramparts? Yes, ramparts. Now I wonder, is there yeah, is there a way yeah, I'm trying to think like how to do this. Like, in a sense, I kind of want to gauge how much do I need to get through to kind of get to my target, I guess. I mean, the good thing is I don't have to, so I don't have to deal with this right now. Because none of my like immediate targets have that. Like, if I just go back to the world, right? So over here, there's nothing. I just can enter, you know, break stuff, easy. And down here, the same. Like, these two entrances are not blocked, so 0 issues. So again, not a concern right now, but it is definitely something I should have a look at. Oh, that's a neat idea. Flat filling from both sides, I like it. Like, I do like that. That might be a very good approach, honestly. But yeah, okay, let's just put this down as a to-do. Okay. So for now, let's just do towers. So as I said, for towers, I kind of... Yeah, let's... Okay, sorry, I'm just looking at the chat. Create a combat cost 10 based on input hits. Um, that also sounds like an interesting idea. Huh. Wow. Okay. So many neat ideas in the chat. Yeah. But for now, I think I can just live with the towers. So realistically, again, what I want for the tower information, I want its energy and distance, and that's kind of it. I don't really think I need anything more. So it will be number, and distance will be a number as well. And here I will just have I guess I can just make it public. Towers is a set of tower info. Okay, let's just take it as a constructor, that's fine. What are you complaining about? Parameter property is what? Well, because this is an interface, it's again this stupid. I just like the interface better, honestly, for my uses. But I mean, here, I guess just having an array of tar info would be fine. But what is this still complaining about? I don't quite get it. A parameter property. Class tower info. I have to admit I'm confused. And I think TypeScript is also confused. Like, do I have like a syntax error somewhere that's like screwing it over? Jesus. I make the best mistakes. Amazing. Okay. Anyway, that was brilliant. And the funniest thing, like it was displayed in such a like shade of blue that it actually looks similar. Oh gosh. Yeah, like some of these mistakes are just amazing, truly amazing. Okay. Let's try going back to the set. It should now be fine. And it is, yes. Okay. Damn it. Oh, jeez. Okay. So, over here. What we want to do is we want to find our towers. So, creep.room.find find me find hostile structures, and we do want the filter filter that takes structure, any structure. Is that the correct thing? I think that's it. And yep, something like that. So then return structure dot something structure type is structure tower. Yep. So this will find all the enemy towers, and I actually need to store it, obviously. Okay, so then I need my output towers. So tower info will be new set global data dot tower info. No. Oh, yeah. Yep. So then for const tower of towers, so I want to figure out the distance and the number of energy on it. So tower dot wait, can I actually see that? Let's jump to, where is my browser? This one. Structure tower. I have the position, room, hits, ID, structure type. I'm not. Oh, dot store resource energy. Okay. Right. Tower as structure. No, wait, what? Structure tower. That should. What's the problem? Oh, like this. Okay. So why is that? Is that against nukes, or what's the point? Because I've seen people doing that, but I don't quite get what that gives you. Ah, yes, that's actually a good point. That would be more logical to put it over here. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But the thing is, like, every rampart is decaying every tick, right? So it's also like about the maintenance. I mean, so how much does it actually decay, right? So structure rampart. 300 hits every 100 ticks, so like it's 3 hits every tick, pretty much. And then if I have a repair, come on, creep dot work, for 100 hits per tick, consuming 1 energy unit per tick. Okay, that's actually not that bad. Yeah, it's 0.03 energy per tick, yes. Yeah, okay. That sounds pretty okay. Yeah, you're right. Wait, what is a remote container? Do you have this in a spreadsheet by chance? Because this sounds like something it should be in a spreadsheet. Yeah, I kind of think I should have something that figures out the like reports periodically, I don't know, like every 1,000 ticks or something, how much upkeep I have in a room. That would actually be pretty good to have. Ah, right, okay. Okay. So this is the energy, and then tower.pos. Composition. Wait, 600 divided by body size. So the attacking my neighbors is the goal for today. I was just kind of deciding on what exactly I will do, because Okay, so let's just go back to the map. So there's this guy. Honestly, there, like, not much happened here. Like, this room kind of got built up, but there's 2 towers, you know, nothing really is happening, no expansion is happening, you know, kind of looks abandoned. And this thing, which is in between me and that room, is literally nothing. It's just 2 creeps that keep mining stuff and trying to upgrade this controller, but really, literally nothing is happening here. So what I'm considering is just using this room for remote mining, and then actually try to attack this room. There's no walls to go through. Yeah, I know. But yeah, we will see. No, there's still no walls to get through. Like, everything is possible. This is my entrance up here, and this is all pass through. There's no walls in between me and anything. I mean, so the good thing is, like, my situation is this is kind of snaking down. So this will be, like, even though this room kind of looks connected, it really isn't that much. So there's, like, it's kind of walled off from this thing over here. And it kind of snakes down further to the invaders. And then I have kind of this opening into this, you know, into the big unknown up there, into, you know, this space. But fortunately, there isn't really anything super crazy happening nearby. Like, the craziest thing is this red guy over here. And then there is, like, a really big purple guy, this guy. Yeah, this is like a very big. Yeah, he has global control level 16. So this is scary. Like, this is definitely scary. All right, northwest of you. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Oh, geez. Control level 36. Okay. This is properly big. Okay, sure. Oops. What? Where did I click? Okay, anyway. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm kind of in between a bunch of small guys right now, which kind of makes me feel comfortable, but there's some big stuff around, definitely. Yeah, okay. So, how do actually shards work? If you have, like, a global control limit, is that, like, global, or is it like per shard, or how does that work? There are portals in the crossroads. This is just biomass. Okay. And how do those look? Like, what am I looking for? Right, there's something blue here. Portal. Okay. So blue things. Okay, sure. Okay. Good to know. I mean, yeah, so like looking at the surrounding, the things that kind of make me scared is the red guy, because that one is pretty close and it's a pretty big player, and the purple guy is pretty big. But other than that, it looks like a bunch of small guys. Like even the OLED guy actually doesn't have too much stuff over here, like on this chart. Yeah, he has only 2 rooms on this chart. So I don't know how easy / hard it is to catch, do like cross chart things. So I don't know how you know, scared I should be. I mean, there's obviously like a range limit to things, because creeps just die when they, like, you know, they have a reachability constraint on their lifetime. But yeah, other than that, I'm still very unaware of things. Okay, what I was trying to figure out is if I need to like calculate the distance myself, or I don't actually want the path. I really want just the flight distance, so that would be like x minus creep.pulse.x. Yeah. Something like this, right? Plus the same on y-axis. The thing is, I would kind of expect this to exist as a function, but I haven't found it. If there is one, let me know. And I guess this would be like math dot square root of this. Okay, so then towers info at new well, I knew, in a sense, I know you can do that in JavaScript. I haven't even tried. But it sounds like something I should actually look into. Like, what do you use it for? I need first the energy, so that's just this. And then this thing. Yeah, because honestly, like one of the main limitations I'm still running into as far as like using TypeScript goes is I'm still kind of limited with my C++ thinking a little bit. So like some of the things that JavaScript can do that kind of go, yeah, that kind of then flow into TypeScript, I kind of dismiss because I'm not used to those features. But it would be very useful to kind of know what you use these things for. Okay, so this should figure out the distance. So we should get the towers. To store prototype. You mean like this thing, like structure.store and So Interesting. Get resources amount. Hello and welcome to the stream. Source Court, I guess. Is that correct? Let me know. Fill methods. Yes, I could do that. Okay, so how do you actually do that in TypeScript? That's the good question. Because I guess I would have to extend the type, right? Yeah, it's the thing I'm looking at right now. It actually matches the interfaces. I did not know that. Like, this is quite convenient. Wow. I guess what I should really do, I should start thinking about my code in these terms, and maybe the things I'm creating classes for, I should maybe just extend some of the existing interfaces with that. Damn, that's maybe a great idea. So, okay, I guess I have a question then. So, for things, so can these things be only const stuff? Like, can I have something that muted state as well? As in, I'm basically asking, like, will basically all my objects that like represent creeps and stuff get like recreated from scratch on each tick, or what is happening there? Because that's like a thing I have never really thought about yet with Screeps. Welcome to the stream, Source Court. So what I would recommend, don't destroy creeps, because they expire naturally, so just kind of have... Okay, I can show you what I do. You know, a noob teaching another noob how to do things. That's always, you know, a great idea. Okay, so this is actually a recent change I did. I have these respawn-sized workers. So what this function does, it basically, you give it a spawn and you ask for a minimum number of this particular creep. And what happens is, if spawn is not spawning, then we go into the logic. I check if I already have enough of those creeps by, you know, filtering those creeps. Very simple, still nothing specific about the upgrades of the creeps. But then we come here. So if we need to spawn a new creep, I figure out how many like pieces I can actually afford by doing the math of the cost of the, you know, pieces themselves. So this is from the spawn.room energy capacity available. So this is like how much energy overall capacity I have. And I'm doing some min over that to kind of have a reasonable limit here. But you can kind of play with this formula as much as you want. And then you actually generate an array of the body parts. You know, array of body parts, I push in move, work, carry based on how many I want. Yeah, pretty much. And the good thing is, like, as you are expanding, this will just naturally give you better and better creeps over time. You don't have to touch this code at all. There is a catch that you can see over here, which is I kind of screwed up and I ended up in a situation where I had no creeps, which kind of meant that I ran out of energy. So I have this special case here. For the price condition when creeps checked for renewal. That's also an interesting idea, yes. But yeah, basically I have an extra check here, like if I actually somehow lost all my creeps, just like go back to the, you know, just base it on the energy available, not the capacity available. But yeah, my logic is pretty much just, you know, going to my map, I kind of expect that under normal operations, I have just creeps refilling, you know, my extensions, refilling my spawn. So I will always have enough energy to like spawn the best creep based on my capacity. And then I just have the logic that kind of ramps up the quality of the creeps over time. Yeah, that also looks like a nice logic as well. But yeah, basically, like for me, I don't feel like this game is moving fast enough for me to be doing optimizations on this level, like kind of recycling things. But maybe I will get to that point eventually. Like right now, kind of the slow churn of, you know, let the old creeps die and let them be replaced by better creeps kind of works for me. Oh, because you are also renewing. Okay, so yes, so that's another point. Sure, but I don't really expect that. Like, I'm not renewing creeps right now, and I don't really expect to get to that anytime soon. But yes, like the moment you are renewing creeps as well, totally, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Okay, so we have spawn information, we have information about towers, we need information about hostile creeps. Oh, and one thing I should definitely store is the age of this information, because I still build buildings manually, just plop down the construction sites, and obviously then I have, you know, creeps pick up on the fact that there is a construction site to be like built up, but I still plan my layout manually because there isn't that much building happening, honestly. At least not for now. Okay. What I was saying was that I need to have some sort of information on the age of this snapshot. Right. So the room snapshot, I want to have another thing, which would be public tick. Is tick a number or is it a string? Actually, that's a good question. It should just be a number. Yeah, you know, like if you plug for something that's like very on topic and you know, it's borderline, but okay, you get away with it. Okay, so room snapshot tick number and then the static defense info. Over here. Okay, and we need to update the code to actually store the static defense over here. So new static defense info that just takes the towers, which is the towers info from here. No, wait, what does static defense? Because now, okay. Damn it, I'm such a moron. Where do I get the tick from? I'm definitely already looking at that somewhere. Somewhere in my main loop. Game.time. Okay. Yeah, it's just a number. Okay, cool. So I still need hostile creeps. Okay, so let's do creeps find. So there's find hostile creeps, I guess. Now there is also the find power creeps. No, wait, didn't I see that in the constants? Yeah, there's, but I guess if I do hostile creeps, it will also find the power creeps. Maybe let me check the documentation on this. Room find find host what? Yeah, hostile creeps. This doesn't even list the power creeps over here, which is interesting. I mean, okay, I will just search for hostile creeps then. Okay, but I want to have a filter on this definitely, because I only care about hostile creeps that actually can attack me. So let's just do the filter. Filter creep, creep, yep. And what I want to figure out is if any of the body parts, so creep dot body. So body is an array of body parts, right? Am I correct? Yes. Wait, what? Oh, because each of them can also have a boost. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. Damn it. I don't know if I should start doing that right now, because the thing is that sounds like a bit refactoring to me. And I don't feel like refactoring today. The thing is, it definitely sounds like an amazing idea to do. And maybe we might do it tomorrow. I will see. But yeah, not today. Let's not get bogged down with this today. So let's just do a for loop over here. So for const part of creep body. So body dot oops no part dot type yes yes. So the type is body part constant. Yeah, so these are just named this, right? So if it's attack or part dot type ranged attack. Oops, not actually not like that. So attack just like this and ranged attack like this. Yes. And I guess yeah. So if this is true, then just return true, and otherwise return false. That should be fine. So this will find all the creeps. I mean, yes, but like healers will not really change my logic, I don't think. Huh. Yeah. And the question is what do I actually want to store? That's a very good question, what to actually store over here. So I have control info, tavern info, static def info. I mean, for now, let's just do has military boolean, and that will need to be changed significantly eventually, but for now let's just do that. So and creeps dot length, yeah. Actually dot empty? No, there's no dot empty. Yeah, something like this for now. Because I will need more information eventually. Yeah. Okay. So this should be our amazing snapshotting thing. Now the question is, are we actually serializing this thing? That's a very good question. Let's have a look. So the globals, Cached room info, room snapshot, yeah, so this should actually be correctly serialized and deserialized, I think. Now I'm storing the tick. I mean, for now it's okay if this happens on every tick. That doesn't really matter. But actually, let me check. So what do we do here? So we do. She's grabbing the information about the controller. So we just set it always. Sure. Okay, so I guess if I push this code now, my current observers, which is I have 2 of them, should actually start storing this information about the 2 rooms that I already am present in. But I mean, this will be a good test to kind of know if it's working. So let's just try. Okay. Okay, room snapshots. So we have a tick, we have a controller, state is free. So state free on a controller was 0, 1, 2, 3, neutral. So this is room E26S1. Yes, okay, so that's the neutral room. Okay, sure. Safe mode remaining 0, static defense nothing. Has military false. E26S2, controller state 1, owner is me, no static defense, has military false. Okay, so it's I do have static defense, but I'm only looking for enemy towers, so this makes actually sense. Okay. So I think it's working, which is good news. So then let's go to the. And I think my notepad closed again. I will really need to turn off this minimize to icon. So if you don't have invisibility, send an observer to the room to get snapshot. So that's the thing that's already happening. Okay, so this is done. If the room has a neutral controller or no buildings and a controller or no buildings and a controller owned by someone, send the claim bot over there. Okay. So actually this is a thing I should be doing already, even with the yeah, this is something I'm missing. So right now I'm not reserving the room, this one. Let's just jump over here. Yeah, so here I don't reserve this controller, which means that this energy source is not really producing enough energy. To be fair, it doesn't really matter because I'm not actually mining it that intensively. But this is definitely something I should be doing. I should be reserving this controller. And yeah, definitely. So let's write that logic. So we have the observers. So where do I actually, I have a logic somewhere in my main that figures out that I need to spawn an observer and send it into a room. It's, yes, ensure rooms have observers. So it gets the spawn from which I'm spawning the observers, the rooms that I want to observe, observer map, and spawning. Okay. So what I want to do is I basically want to extend this function, and it will be changed to something else. It will not be called ensure room has observers. But basically this thing will transform to be my, like, the high level flow that we discussed. That kind of like goes through all the steps, like, you know. Let me see, observer, let's see, this search observer. Yes, sorry. I mean, to be fair, they kind of do the same thing. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry. No, totally. You are right. That is confusing. Yeah, I should call them scouts, obviously. And actually, sure, let's do that. The thing is, this shouldn't be very painful change. So observer change into scout. Then, so this is scout. That's fine. We need to change the role name. So that will be over here. Where is it? Observer. Yeah. So scout. It's just the move. Ensure sources have trials, ensure controllers are owned, ensure rooms have observers. Rename symbol to have scouts. Do I have? Yeah, okay. So rename this thing. Rename symbol to scout. Observer map. Sure, rename symbol to scout, and hopefully all these things are renaming correctly, but we'll see soon. And roles scout, role scout, and yeah, I will need to finagle the memory of the existing observers to kind of so they know their own role correctly. Or I guess I can just like a temporary workaround where those two things are a synonym. I think I renamed it everywhere, maybe. And sure, rooms have scouts, so it should be fine. So then over here, okay, so if it's an observer or scout, then just do this. And yeah, this thing needs to be changed. So import scout. Oh, okay. Let's do rename symbol scout. And let's see if we find observer. Oh, there's an observer map over here. Rename symbol. Yeah, okay, so this is a thing I cannot really change too well because that's my memory. Yeah, there will be a couple of places that will not be easy to change. Basically, anything inside of my code I can change pretty freely, but yeah, find in files. Okay, observer. Okay, this actually shouldn't be called observer at all because this is not even inside of the observer logic code. So yeah, this should be called claimer. Indeed. Yeah, I do find some fun stuff when I'm doing things like this. File to send the scout to the room. Yep, that makes sense. Let's just double check if I'm in the... No, so this is actually inside of the claimer code, so this would be send claimer. Yeah, as I said, I'm finding interesting things that were created by copy pasting stuff all around. Okay, so that should be fine. Types scout. Okay, so then inside of the scout logic I still have some observer stuff. Okay, so this needs to be renamed into scout map. And then, yep, let's just scout, scout, yep, scout and scout. Sure. Okay, I think apart from the memory record that I cannot really change easily, I mean I can, but I don't want to bother with it right now. We should be migrated to the scout naming now. Okay. So let's open the console and let's push and let's see what breaks. Hopefully nothing breaks. That would be neat if that was the case. Scout observer is moving to a flag. Okay, that looks as expected. Yeah, I think we are fine. Okay, cool. So, as I said, the logic that maintains scouts is the ensure rooms have scout. No, where the heck is it? Ensure rooms have scouts, yes. Okay. So over here, do I kind of want to keep this logic as it is? Maybe I do. Now the thing is, let's have a look at the scout logic again. But I think if I don't have the flag, yeah, okay, so if I don't have the flag, what will happen is the scout will teleport back, but it will still get attacked by the towers, I think. Yeah, definitely. So maybe I actually don't want to keep the scouts around all the time, but basically ensure spawning. Okay, so then so if we have a scout, then don't do anything special. So if we don't have a scout and I don't have access to the empire over here, do I? No. So let's do that. So empire global data dot cannot write stuff. Global data. I might not. I thought I'm. Oh, I'm not importing it here. What the heck? Okay. Import star as global data from. And this is from data / global. Okay. So then over here, I just want global data dot global. Yes. So from my empire dot cached room info dot get room. Wait, room is a string, right? Okay, so just get room. Okay. So this is the cached room info. Now I think I need to then make sort of a distinction here. So now the reason why I keep the scouts around is that for the other creeps to path into the room, there needs to be a scout in the room to kind of give them visibility. because the other creeps are kind of navigating by object IDs, so they try to find the object by ID, and obviously if I don't have visibility into the ROM, they're not unable to find the object by ID. So I was thinking that it would be something very simple like this, you know, if cached room info dot tick I guess game dot time minus this thing is less than, you know, limit, then continue. So if I have a recent enough snapshot of the room, just go away. But it's not that simple. So how do I distinguish rooms that I just want to know about from the snapshots from rooms that I actually want to maintain an active scout inside? What would be a good way to do that? I could do it by the flag. So if there is a flag in the room, then I want to maintain the scout there no matter what. If there isn't, then just don't create a new scout if I have recent enough information. That sounds like something that's reasonable. Okay, let's do it that way. Oops. Yeah, so you didn't miss much. I'm just kind of integrating the cached, like figuring out when do I actually need to create a scout, and I was kind of debating how do I distinguish the rooms where I actually want to keep like a permanent scout presence from the rooms that I just want to have a snapshot of, and I kind of landed on the flags. So if there is a flag in the room, I actually want to have a permanent presence in the room of a scout, which allows like the remote miners to grab the objects by ID because they have visibility into the room. If I don't have a flag in the room with the room name, I mean, yeah, so that's actually what I should be saying. If I don't have a flag with the room name, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the room, but if I don't have a flag with the room name, that means that I just want to keep like a fresh enough snapshot of the room. Okay, so the logic should be if I don't have a parking flag and this thing okay, but first of all, okay, I need to have a cache room info and not the flag, and this thing needs to be, damn it, I'm inverting the logic. When do I want to continue? If I have a fresh enough cache room info. Okay, so I have the cache room info, I don't have a flag, and okay, yeah. And if the game time minus the cache room info, the tick is less than a limit, and let's call it, I will just put in like a number here for now, probably completely nonsensical number, but that's fine. What the? Okay, that was a bit strange. Okay. So if I have a cache of the room and I don't have a parking flag in the room and the cache is recent enough, then just don't spawn another scout. Yes, that should be good. Man, some of this logic gets very complicated for like just basic if then else. Like I need to draw some truth tables to kind of figure out what the heck is happening sometimes. What are you complaining about? Oh yeah, because now this thing needs to take the empire as a parameter. Yes. Okay, so this is the ensure rooms have scouts. So I think this logic we should be running no matter what. But next to that, so after we run that, we want to do ensure rooms are yeah. Poor Boolean algebra is not my friend. Ensure rooms are controlled or something like that. So this was this step over here. So if the room has a neutral controller or no, and what? Damn it. Again, if the room has a neutral controller or no buildings and a controller owned by someone, yes, so this is exactly the step that I want to deal with over here. Okay, so if there, so, but this is actually two different things. So if there is a neutral controller, I want to send the thing that's actually reserving stuff, or is that actually the same type of creep? Maybe it is. Let me just double check that. So this was creep, creep dot claim. So it claims a neutral room controller. I don't want to be claiming. I want to be reserving. Sure. I mean, yes. Like I will. Yes. That's kind of implied in, yeah, implicitly. I think right now, but yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. So I'm kind of going creep type by creep type in the logic ish, right? So I'm trying to figure out if this is the same type of creep, or if I want to have different types of creep for this. Attack a hostile room control targeting its timer by 300 ticks per body parts. Attack a neutral reservation timer. Yes. Okay, so okay, so this should all be spawning the same type of creep. It's just its logic will be slightly different, I suspect, because I guess it's like attack controller or reserve controller. Yeah, so it's like different methods then. Sure. Okay. So both, I guess both of the hostile room and neutral room controller are the same method, and the reservation is a different method. Oh, okay. Okay. So yes, I know how to do this step. So this step will be ensure rooms are. I shouldn't call it under control, because I don't actually want to claim the control. It's the opposite. Like I don't actually want to claim the controls in these rooms. I just want to have the reservations. So I should just call it reserved. Oh. Damn it! But this is I don't maybe want to do that. crap. Okay, I need to think about this a bit more. Okay. Let's see what you have. Yeah, okay. I mean, that looks like a reasonable piece of logic. What I'm trying to figure out right now is slightly higher level, because the thing is, there will be, like, some rooms I just want to have reserved. Some rooms I actually want to own. And now the question is, how do I make this distinction? Control. So I already have control. Controls are owned. Rooms to control. So I have the rooms to control as a separate thing. Okay, so maybe I should merge this together with this logic. So I have rooms to control as a thing. And I have remote rooms. Yes, I think I use the remote rooms. I think, yes, remote rooms is the thing I use for the reservations. Okay, so let's do it this way. So rooms to control I have already moved into my Empire thing. Yeah, so let's do this slight refactoring. So the remote rooms, I will move them inside of my Empire class. I mean, the class isn't called Empire, the class is just called Global. But here I will actually call it rooms, public rooms to reserve. And the semantics actually will be that this thing over here, okay, rooms to control is a subset of rooms to reserve. So it's basically, if I have the room in rooms to reserve and I don't have it in rooms to control, that I want to actually start the reservation of the controller. If I have it also in rooms to control, that I actually want to claim the controller, and I think that should be logic. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Oh, I haven't even considered like the sweeping of the resources. Yeah. That's a good point. A lot of inefficiencies in my code, for sure. Okay, so let's just quickly move this here. So this dot rooms to reserve will be mem.deserialize set. And now in the memory, I will not change the actual field because I don't want to screw this up. So right now is rooms, remote rooms. Yes, now the field is called remote rooms. And I will just make a note over here to do refactor. So this is called rooms to reserve. And the reason why I don't want to do this now is because I also wouldn't have to migrate the actual memory content. It's not a big deal, but it's something. I just really don't want to fiddle with this right now, to be honest. That's kind of what it boils down to. Yes, I think dismantling will not be important for me for rooms that I want to claim, because the logic in my creeps basically tries to by default pick up first things from the ground, so they actually don't decay. That's the main reason. But for rooms that I just want to reserve, I think I should definitely sweep up. Ah, yes, right. I keep forgetting that there's like valuable things like minerals and stuff. That's yes. Good point. Good points overall, definitely. Yeah. So this thing definitely needs to be renamed eventually. Let's go to the global thing again. I still need to serialize it. So memory.remote rooms will be mem.serialize set this dot rooms to reserve. Yep. Okay. And then in my main, the remote rooms thing should go away. Yep. And the same for the serialization down here, because now in the empire.serialize it's happening by itself. And then of course the change needs to be empire.rooms to reserve over here. So, okay, let's go to my series. So the serialization is super simple. Deserialize for both maps and sets is kind of the same. Just parse the raw data, try to convert it into the set or map. The only tricky part is that this didn't work if I wouldn't do this kind of magic. And again, this goes back to the thing that I need to still test if technically it should work without this JSON.stringify. The values are just simple objects. Yes, but it's all so there's no like references around, if that's what you are talking about. I mean, at least there shouldn't be like it shouldn't be. It should be basically like a plain tree. So, I mean, so the room snapshot class, this one, so it's just simply composed like, again, there's no references here, right? So It's composed of a number and then recursively out of a controller info. Controller info is, you know, controller info state, whatever. Yeah, so that should all get I mean, this thing actually we already have serialized. So let me just show you. If I go to the memory, like this is what I get. Okay, I guess maybe you can see that, maybe not. But yeah, this just works fine. The only problem is it breaks if you try to deserialize it without sorry, if you try to serialize it without the expansion, it definitely breaks. So that's why I'm still using the weird JSON.stringify thing. So the class themselves, they serialize well. It's the map and set that don't serialize well, specifically. That's where the problem was. But classes definitely serialize well. This is, I mean, this is the same thing I also use for my widgets that I built myself. I basically send, you know, objects over sockets all over the place, and on each side it's always just a class. So as long as, of course, like this would all break if you have like any references, like if you have like a data, like a graph, let's say, right? So then obviously things break. The moment you have a graph, you have references between objects, and then if you deserialize and you don't have like a reference by ID or something, then things break, obviously. But I don't have any of that right now. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Let me start making notes, because you keep having very good points, and I just keep saying, yes, that's an amazing idea, and not really writing it down. So from JSON to JSON, static methods, extend interfaces using extend script interfaces using, oh, to JSON is, oh, obviously to JSON is not static, sure. Yes. Extend script interfacing using interface merging. Damn it, merging. What? Why can't I write? Using TypeScript interface merging. Yes, TypeScript interface merging. So actually, let me just go a bit in the history. No, that's not working. Okay. Type. Okay. Position. Okay, let's just see if I'm... Okay, the store prototype, yep. That was a weird copy paste. Okay, am I still missing something? Probably yes. Creep. Room. Ah, okay. Okay, I think that was it. Maybe I'm still missing stuff. Ah. Yeah, I mean, I will definitely only implement the stuff that I actually need, you know. Okay, so back to whatever the heck I was doing. Yeah, so I mean, that's a thing. Wait, what? What do you mean? Expected value of what? Yes. So I mean, are you saying you update directly the store value itself? I have been doing this in, where the heck is it? Yeah, I basically have a map of string to a number and keep that on the side. Okay. But, okay, give me a second. So, is that actually, I wonder. So if I do evo.store.energy, oh, interesting. I thought this was actually marked as const and it isn't. Interesting. I don't know why I thought this was const. Oh, evil is my main spawn. So let's just go to my main room. So this is my main spawn. Okay, but so if I update the values, okay, so I need to do it in a specific way, not to break the like engine itself. You are saying? Oh, jeez. Okay. I mean, okay. So the one thing I still don't get is everything safe to update? Like, can I just go about then updating like anything, any state anywhere, and it will just get like correctly reset on the next tick? Okay. Okay, okay. So yeah, then probably there's reason to have. Yeah, I think I will make this like a like at some point I will have a big refactoring stream where I will go through these things and clean all of this stuff up. Because it's like right now I keep storing stuff on the side, and from what you are saying, I don't really need to do that. Yeah, okay, cool. That's very cool to know, thanks. Yeah, definitely for me a reason to have refactoring stream with specifically this objective to just kind of, instead of having things on the side, just integrate them as like into the interfaces. Cool. So let's do ensure rooms are reserved. Actually, ensure controllers are reserved. Yeah, let's do claimer map and spawning, sure. Now, okay, let's change this to not take. Yeah, so instead of this taking rooms, I want this to actually take the empire, and then rooms will be just let rooms be empire dot get the control the rooms to own. So empire will be global data dot global, and then here rooms to control. Yes. And I will do the same. Oops, no, don't click on bad things, come on. So then I kind of can have the same logic for this one that doesn't exist yet. So yeah, if we go to this and just copy it. Oops. Ah, right. Oh, I have seen a library for like efficient storage of coordinates somewhere on the Slack. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, I can definitely imagine regex being pretty slow. Right, so rooms. So here I kind of need to grab both. So rooms control and rooms reserve. Empire rooms to reserve. Because again, the logic is rooms that are in rooms to reserve and are not in rooms to control, I only want to reserve. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Bengal. I guess that would be my guess to read that. Let me know if that's correct. Oh wait, so are the chords only 8-bit numbers? I haven't even checked that kind of stuff. Right. Because here it doesn't really talk about the ranges of the numbers. Oh, cool. Well, thanks for joining us. And I'm glad you think my channel is fun. It's pretty dry stuff, you know, a lot of coding, but I try to code interesting things at least. And since I started playing with Screeps, there's definitely some cool people in the chat. So, okay, just to clarify, this is not game dev. This is not my game. This is a game where you code to like play the game. It seems to be very confusing to a lot of people. Sorry about that, but yeah. So this is a coding MMO. It's not me coding an MMO. This is a coding MMO. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm just saying that because like I had multiple instances of people saying, "Oh, game dev," but it's not. It's not game dev. Like it's coding, yes, but I'm not making a game. Ah, okay. I'm starting to get users. Okay. Okay. Like maybe I will have to, like I should kind of dig through the engine at some point. Oh, we're actually making a pretty good progress on upgrading this controller to the next level. It'll be level 7 soon. Cool. Right. Okay. Back to the code. So controllers are reserved. So here I have the rooms to control, rooms to reserve. So spawning spawn of rooms. Okay, so we want to go over the rooms to reserve, but we want to check if not. So sorry, no. If rooms control has room, then I want to continue. So if these rooms shouldn't be reserved and it should be instead controlled, then I want to go through the control, like rooms are controlled path, not through this one. I mean, yeah. guess you can store the store as well. But do you really want to? That's the question. Because the thing is, if you do, then you're kind of banking on the fact that the creep doesn't die. I mean the creep that's like, you know, one of the creeps that kind of reserved the whatever is in the store. What? Sorry, threads in what? JavaScript threads? What? I think you just blew my mind again. What are you talking about? I want to know more. Okay, so it's not really okay. So it's not really threads, but it's more like coroutines. Okay, okay. Okay, that's interesting. Man, you are really throwing crazy ideas at me, and I think my head will explode at some point. But keep going, it's amazing. Okay. Right, so now I need to concentrate just for a short time and finish this piece of code. So if I want to reserve a room, at this point I kind of know that the room is either doesn't have any hostile things in it. And for now I probably don't really give a crap about any storage or whatever, so I really just want to go there and either attack or reserve the controller. So what I want to do is I want to spawn a special, like it's a claimer, so it will have the same logic, and I will need to change the logic a little bit to kind of for the claimer to do different things based on the state of the controller, but it's fine. Like that should be inside of the logic of the claimer. But what I want to do here is actually, for just claiming a controller, I only created a claimer that has like one piece of claim in it. So it's just move and claim, and that's it. Now for reservation and attacks, I think I should just make it have as many claim as possible based on the room where we are spawning. So I think what I should have here is the same logic I kind of have inside of the spawn like sized workers, which is somewhere in this file as well. Remote sources builders spawn. Okay, yeah, so this is the sized workers thing. So I should figure out the max number of these pieces. Oh, there's a live stream channel. I did not know that. Thank you for telling me. That's very good to know. Thank you. You know what is the crazy thing? I actually did check, but I somehow missed it. That's the crazy thing. But I think the problem is like I kind of checked for like videos or something like that. I didn't actually check for like the keyword stream or live stream, which is really stupid from me. But I did it. That's kind of typical what I do. Okay. Let's grab this. Let's put it. Ensure rooms have scouts. No. Where the heck is it? Where are you? Rooms to control. Should be somewhere here. What the heck? Where did the function go? Oh, here. Okay. Controls are reserved. Yes, here. So. Yep, here. So max species. Energy capacity available. So I think what we want is to have one move per claim. Where are you, window? Yeah, that should be it, right? Like it's if I have one move per body part, then on normal ground I move one per tick. Is that correct? Because normal ground is like 2 fatigue per tick per body part, and since the basic move decreases fatigue by 2 points, it should be 1 move per 1 tick. I hope that's correct. So basically, I just want to divide my capacity back by 650, and that tells me how many pieces I want. So divided by 650. Sure, let's just put a limit on that 5. I mean, I don't think I will reach that ever. So I guess let's just put a limit of 3 on it. Like I don't really need more than 3. And yeah, then I just need the I need the logic to actually generate the body parts, which I should have copied as well. Where are you? Here. Array of body parts. Yep. Insurance have scouts. Controls are owned. Yes, here. So let's go up to max species. So let's have a move and let's have a claim. Yep. And then claim. So actually, so spawn creep. Yeah. So here, instead of this thing, we want to pass this, which is our array of body parts. Oh, and actually, what just happened? Okay, I got a bit worried because Twitch just went black on me, but it seems to be fine, I hope. So room working through. Yep, I should have a check here, which is like if next species so if I cannot spawn, then continue. But actually, Yeah, so this is a state we should not be really reaching at any point. It can technically happen when I mismatch the rooms somehow. Basically, if I try to spawn in a room that has like a fresh spawn that doesn't have enough energy. But this shouldn't really be happening. But let's just do a console log. Try to spawn a claimer in unsuitable room. Not enough energy available. Available. Okay. Try to spawn a claimer in an unsuitable room, and actually, yeah, let's just print out the room. So this would be room. Yep. Okay. Yes. I mean, that's a good point. Why are extensions not called pylons? Okay, claimer name. I guess this should be fine then. I mean, yeah, that's nitpicking. Yeah. Actually, the thing you heard the most was not enough Vesping gas, honestly. At least for the strategies I played. Yeah. Okay. Damn it, I should play it. I still have the... by the way, the remaster of the original is pretty good. But I need to still like sit down and actually play through it. I did actually make like a full playthrough of the single player like what, 5 years ago, and it was a lot of fun. But that was in the like original version, and I still haven't done like a playthrough of the remaster. Yeah. I wish the new game was a bit better, honestly. I really enjoyed like part of it, like the first episode or whatever they actually call it properly was really good, but then the single player really went downhill. And the multiplayer is just too much for me these days, unfortunately. Even though the co-op mode where you play against like the waves of NPCs is actually pretty fun. Yeah, I haven't played it in a long time, but yeah. And damn it, I also have the Command and Conquer remaster, and I really want to play it, just don't have time. Like there are so many good games that came out, and I still want to play them. Like they're like literally like, okay, like this is a thing that I will maybe eventually play, but I really want to play, but just can't get to it. Okay. So this should all be fine. So let's now go to the actual claimer logic, and this thing. Oh, walkthroughs. You mean like for? Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I just found a great channel on YouTube that does Half-Life mods mainly, and it's ridiculous. Like some of them are like super jank, but some of them are actually quite interesting. Like it's very crazy what like some people did as a mod for Half-Life. It's not something I would do because you need to kind of, you know, dig through the piles of crap to kind of find the diamonds in the rough. So it's definitely not something I would do myself. So that kind of channel is like super appreciated. Why is this complaining? Ensure controllers are reserved. Oh, because I need to import it, don't I? Ensure controls are reserved. Yes. Okay. Up here. Yep. Okay, so responses. Yep, that's all fine. So let's go into the claimer logic. So if you are inside of a room, now based on this, so right now we are just claiming. Okay, so based on the state of the controller and the fact we said that yeah, we need to check if we actually want to claim this room. Okay, so we need access into the Empire thing. So I guess we should move the spawning and claimer map into the global state as well. Yeah, let's do that. So in my main, claimer map is from a string to an ID of creep, and then the spawning was just a set, I think. Where is that actually? Oh, over here. Okay. Why is that? Okay, I'm not quite sure why it's that so high up, but I think that that's just by accident. Okay. Yep, so public spawning, and yep, we will just deserialize. Oh, come on. This dot spawning will be mem dot deserialize set of string memory dot spawning. Yep. And serialize exactly the same. So memory dot spawning is mem dot serialize set this dot spawning. Okay, then I can get rid of this from my main. Yep. And this will complain in plenty of spaces, but that's fine. Okay, so this thing just should get my empire as a flag. I will need to change a bunch of these functions. Okay, so let's just do that now. So empire is import. Oh come on! Import star as global data from data global. No. Ah. Yeah, I need to go out and then data global, yes. So global data.global is my empire. Then I can get rid of the spawning, because spawning will be empire was spawning. Very good. Okay, then the same. Actually, let's just go and. Where was that? Oh, this line I want to copy because this will repeat itself. Oh wait, I'm already import. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, and one of the things that definitely could benefit from like integrating it with the interfaces is this like lifetime of the creeps, and I need to actually read up on how exactly this works, because I have all of this like logic of, oh, is this creep spawning, if like when I basically want to have like one off. It's a very complicated logic that's super messy and it keeps breaking. So yeah, that's definitely something that would benefit from the rewrite. Oh, damn it. So empire global data dot global. Yep, empire spawning, so that's all fine. So now we still have some complaints in our main. Yeah, controls are owned. Okay, so this thing is already taking empire, so we can just get rid of this and just change the function itself. So rooms have scouts, so you no longer take this, and we just go through the empire dot spawning. Yep, good. Then the same over here. Yep, and this function as well. Okay, so these things don't take... Yeah, okay, so for now let's just do this. And that should make all the code happy. Cool. And there was the second thing I was taking in, which was the claimer map. I mean, I guess this is okay to have it here for now. Yeah, all that thing, let's just deal with that later. Because that's more specific to this code. Okay, so then what I want to figure out is okay, so I need to figure out if this is room to reserve or to control. So that would be creep.room.name. So if actually the other way around. So if this empire dot rooms to control that has creep.room.name. Okay, so if this is a room to claim, so then we just run the old logic, which is this. If it isn't, but it is a room to reserve, and now again this should be the only other option, but I definitely want to have the like catch-all branch over here, because just from experience you will always hit these impossible situations. Console.log. Claimer ended up in a room that is not supposed to be controlled or reserved. Okay. And I mean, this one I can actually imagine very easily happening, like, since I'm these values I'm just editing in memory, so I can just say, oh, I want to control this room, and then I change my mind and there's already a claimer on the way. We are exactly hitting this kind of case where, like, suddenly we are in a room and I don't want to claim the room anymore. Yeah. Okay. So if we are here, so then we have multiple options. So if creep.room.controller the reservation. So if it has a reservation that's not mine, or it has what the heck was the logic again? So attack hostile room control upgrading, attack neutral room control reservation. So okay, so if it's either reserved or owned, I want to attack it. If it's neutral, I want to reserve it. Okay. Cool. So if there is a reservation and creep.room.controller.reservation.username is not game. Is there something like game.me or something? Like creep.owner. Sure, that works. So if there is a reservation and it's not my reservation, so that's one thing, or oops, no, not this, yeah, like this, or the creep.room.controller.owner .username. Oh, actually, yes. So there is an owner, and the owner.username is not creep.owner.username. Yes, like that. So in that case, what I want to do, I want to attack else if the thing doesn't have an owner, then I want to reserve, and otherwise just do the console.log again, because we are very confused at that point. Okay, give me a second. I keep getting pings from somewhere. Which browser window is this coming from? Ah, okay, it's my parents. Give me a second. Okay. Complicated stuff. My mother wants to buy like essentially boombox, but it for sure has to have like a magnetic tape player. Old technologies, fun stuff. Okay. Claimer in a room with a controller with a strange state. Okay. So the attack. Yeah, basically this logic. Creep.attack controller. If we are not in range, then move to controller. I think at this point I can remove the swamp cost because it was a very specific path finding issue in the room I'm currently at. So hopefully this will not be a problem. And basically the same idea over here, but just with reserve controller. Okay, creep room controller not in range. Move. Okay. So all things considered, this should just work. It's a lot of code that I just wrote without testing it, so probably something will break. Probably, yes. But I think we should just try. So let me just go into my main and make sure that I'm calling this correctly. So I am calling the ensure controls are reserved. Now, actually, probably, I should stop spawning stuff in my evil room. I should start spawning stuff in my forward room. Yeah, I should definitely like make some testing framework or something for this. So yeah, let's move the controllers our owned and stuff into the charge room now. And I guess the same for the scouts, honestly. But I think we are good otherwise. I mean, this will limit the creeps a bit in size, but the thing is, I think it's better because otherwise the creep would need to like go through much longer path. And since these claimers have like shorter lifetime, then this kind of makes sense to me. Okay, let's just push it. So this, since I don't really want to, since I don't have the like rooms that should be reserved filled in, this shouldn't really start spawning stuff, I think, but we will see. And let's first see if stuff is like exploding or anything. Okay, stuff doesn't seem to be exploding. We are spawning something. Yeah, I think I have a bug in my code. Okay, where are you going? Wait a second. Is that correct? It's going into the room I want to have reserved. Wait, what the heck do I have in my memory? What? No. So, remote rooms. So these are the rooms to reserve, rooms to okay, no, maybe it's actually working straight up. I forgot that I have actually this filled in. So this guy should be going into the Yeah, maybe the logic for spawning this disclaimer should be a bit smarter. Because it's not considering for how long do I have the room reserved. Damn it, I really hate the pathing on some of these Screeps. Wait, and what is this guy? Oh, this is a scout for the same room. Okay, sure. So the reservations are tick based, right? Like you reserve so every tick, this thing will reserve it for 2 ticks because it has like the 2 of the claim body parts. And what happens now is basically if there isn't a claimer living that's assigned to this room, it will spawn a new one. But probably that's an overkill. So basically I kind of want to spawn a new claimer once I'm running out of the reservation timer, not necessarily immediately when this guy dies. So that's what I'm basically trying to say. But yeah, this seems to be working. Like this guy is going here, and let's just double check if it will start reserving and not like accidentally claiming it or something. Okay, so you have it like properly synchronized, like the moment the guy dies, the replacement arrives? Okay, it seems to be working. So it's reserving. Okay. Whew. Good stuff. Okay, so let's do the crazy thing. Because this guy over here doesn't really have anything. Do tell me, what happens if I just attack his room controller? Like if I just manage to flip this room controller to my control, will his like spawn just die, or what will happen? I don't quite understand that sentence. Attacking controller can once 100 ticks. What? No, yeah, sure. Okay, I get that part. So I get what happens when I call the attack. That I get. I don't get what happens once it's like degraded and flipped to my reservation. Okay, I mean we are still within the realm of things I understand, but what happens to his buildings and creeps when that happens? When it hits level 0? Yes. Ah. Okay, so I guess let's start with this stuff. So first of all, I want a flag over here that will be E25S2. And remote sources. Damn it, am I using the... Oh, that's annoying. I'm using one of these fields for two different purposes, which is very annoying because that means that I mean, I guess if I just do this, this should be fine. So let's just try to reserve this room, and we will see what happens. Things might not go amazingly well, and especially since I'm not really considering... okay, but I don't actually want to be editing this over here. That's a very bad idea, because I don't want to be overwriting my entire memory. That's kind of silly. What I want to do is remote rooms and rooms to control. Okay. Yeah, I guess that would also work. What I kind of do, I always kind of just extract the specific field and then just update it. Oops, no. I was what? Okay, what am I doing? E25S2. E25S2, yes. Ugh, okay. So now over here we should be spawning an observer and oh no, don't do flags please. Okay. So this guy should be a scout. Yep. Wait a second. Scout E. Oh yeah. There's these managed to spawn in the meantime. Yeah. Okay. I have very efficient spawning. I'm like I managed to type the. Ah yeah. I don't have to. Wait a second. Oh no. Yeah, this is because I don't visualize the paths. They're like in between rooms. Yeah, so because this guy is kind of pathing across rooms, it's not really working. But maybe I can do that, yeah. So yeah, the moment this guy enters the room, it should start spawning the like claimer. Why am I not surprised that you have a custom function? Now it totally makes sense. Like, I can tell you, like, if I don't get bored with this, which right now it doesn't look likely that I would get bored with this, I think I will eventually be in that state as well. That I will just have a bunch of functions. And yes, we are spawning a claimer dedicated to this room. Amazing. So this is not, so the thing is I'm not really even attacking because there's not really anything worthwhile to attack. So I will be attacking. Dismantle is a nice option because stealthy. Ah, that's neat. Okay, anyway, but what I'm doing is actually I'm sending the claimer creep straight up into the other room to just attack and then flip the and then reserve the controller. So I'm totally ignoring the creeps and the spawn. I will need something different for the other guy that's like one level further. But this guy doesn't have towers. So there's literally nothing here. Yeah, I do understand. It's just in this room there's nothing. Like there's only a spawn and 2 creeps. That's it. That's why I'm going this route, because like there's no reason to do anything here. But yes, I should actually, in the meantime... Yeah, so in the meantime, I guess I should also write the logic for dismantling stuff and just dismantle the spawn. I think he is, but these guys are like doing basically nothing. Like they're carrying 2 energy. Yeah, again, like this is just a person that like tried to play for a bit and then stopped, like very obviously. So it's not, you know, this is just like a, you know, move to the side situation. Yeah, that would be good. Okay, so yeah, so this thing is happening. So in the meantime, yeah, let's do the dismantle logic. Okay, so we are doing the claiming and stuff. Okay, so the dismantling. So actually, as well, in the meantime, what I should be really doing, I should be just mining out of these sources, because there is absolutely no reason for me not to. So let's set that up right now, because that I can do without any modifying any code. So remote sources, no, is it chance from the remote miners that I get this? It might be. Oh, and actually, because now I have the now I have actually control over the other room. Let's just bump this up. Oh, and I need to also do it in the reasonable way. So remote miners over here. Okay. So first of all, let's just bump this up over here, and then I should change the spawning logic on this so it actually picks the closest spawn to the room. Because right now I just call it with a specific room, which is silly. So if I basically add these 2 sources into here, it will start spawning them in the like my main spawn, which is a bad idea. So can I do this easily? Where is this thing actually happening? Okay, let's just go into my main. Ensure sources have drills, respawn size workers, ensure rooms have scouts. Remotely mine sources. Oops. Damn it, why is it? Oh. Wow, what is that background? Oh, I was like, what's happening? But oh, there's a wall in there. Okay, sure. It's a pretty neat visualization, I like it. Yeah, I think tomorrow tomorrow will be a day for me to work on my economy, and I really want to kind of start fixing my walls and stuff, because right now it's a mess. Seriously, like he was targeting a different room. That's some pretty weird logic on these creeps. Yeah, I can see that, but like why? Like why are they so indecisive about what to do? Oh, I totally missed you. Yeah, welcome back. Oh, you're saying you're going back? Ah, oh, damn it. I need to pay more attention to chat, damn it. Okay. No, I did also miss you, yes, but I missed you saying hello. That was the thing I tried to say. Just looking at the replay of stuff that happened in different rooms, so I was a bit distracted. Of course I missed you. But I especially don't want to miss you typing in the chat, because that's kind of pathetic at that point. Yeah, good luck with learning. And, you know, have fun as much as possible, as permitted within the boundaries of learning stuff. Okay, Yeah, damn it. I would have to change this logic reasonably significantly. It's basically for the source, figure out the closest spawn. Is there like have it on the scouts with like moving through the rooms? Find route. So this returns. What does this actually return? Route length. Okay, so this actually returns the number of rooms in the route, right? Okay. So then I guess the logic isn't that bad. So what I should do is basically copy this and so source ID. Okay, I need to have spawns, right? Game spawns, right? Okay, so I loop over my spawns. So for const spawn, no, not gonna be const, has to be let. Let's spawn of game dot spawns. No. Oh, because this is a map. And this doesn't have the stupid interface for a map. Ah, this is annoying. Object values. Ah, can I? Okay. Right, and then I want to figure out which one is the closest. So let closest spawn. Yeah, we just structure spawn, and I guess distance. I guess is there like an infinitive? Yeah, there is infinity. Okay. I mean, the problem is I need to figure out the distance of like the closest spawn to this source. I could technically make it by room, which would be slightly better, but I need to have this loop inside of the other loop, like otherwise I'm not finding the distance. So then spawn dot room dot find what was it again? Game map find route. Ah, okay. spawn.room and source ID, yes, game get object, this thing. Yeah. So source.room. And I guess I need the same. That is a good point indeed. That is definitely a good point. Cannot really declare. Wait a second. I already have it. Am I using this anywhere? What the heck? No, I suspect I'm actually not using that anywhere. But let me just quickly recheck that. If I remove this, there is one place that it's complaining about, which is inside of here. Okay, so I think that just wasn't used anywhere. Okay, so spawns of spawns. Right, so I need this thing. So if yeah, so if route is -2, then just continue because there's no route to from that spawn to the target anyway. Then if route.length is less than distance, then distance will be route.length and closest spawn will be spawn. Okay, and then if not closest spawn, so if we didn't find actually a spawn to do this, then console.log and to spawn remote minor because no spawn has path to target. Okay. Use before assigned is the no. Yeah, probably that's actually nonsense what I'm doing here. Undefined, I think this is what I want. No? Oh, because yes, okay. Like this. No? Still not. Do I really need to make it like this? I do. Damn it. Okay, sure. Oh, with the prefix. Is that Is that how it works? No, no. No, I think I need to do just this. Maybe actually now it will, yeah, now it's actually, I don't even have to do the assign at this point. Okay. It was just that it was missing the undefined, and at that point, basically this code doesn't make sense, because if it needs to be defined, cannot be undefined, then yeah, there's nonsense. Okay, so this should be fine. So then what I do actually want to do is please yeah, okay, so first of all, a few things need to still change. So closest spawn, so it will not be evil, it will be closest spawn. Wait, what? Oh, because I forgot to do continue over here. Yes, that's why. Okay. Closest spawn. Closest spawn to room, to storage. Closest spawn. No, sorry. Okay, that's too much here. Closest spawn. Closest spawn. Yeah, I think that's it. And I will want to change this one as well later, but yeah. If closest spawn is busy, it will just wait. Yes, okay, so all my spawning routines are just kind of doing nothing if the spawn is actually busy spawning. Which like definitely right now is not a consideration at all. I can tell you. Okay, so what is happening here? Yeah, okay, this thing is getting attacked. Well, then I have other issues. But yes, like I get your point. Like totally, you are right. Okay, so remote miners. So please, I want to mine this thing. With 6 miners. And I want to mine this thing with 6 miners as well. Is that correct syntax? Looks like correct syntax. Okay, submit. So this should, yep. And now we should be spawning like crazy over here, but it's not happening. Why is it not happening? Filter, okay. Okay, maybe we don't have enough energy in our. And it's possible we don't have these things filled enough. But it shouldn't really. Yeah, my job scheduling logic is not good. Like what's happening right now is really bad. Like there's a guy going around the thing that needs to be done but not doing it. It's kind of stupid. Yeah, it's not doing it, which is strange. Okay, let's have a look at my other spawn. Is maybe stuff spawning here? Yeah, okay, so we are spawning drill, so this that's for this room. Okay, that's fine. Interesting. I'm not quite sure why this is not working. Okay, maybe I need more debug logging. So my remote miners are not spawning. So let's... Yeah, so this part looks okay. So I seem to have 6 of these. So these did get spawned, but that was happening before I changed the code. Okay, let's have a look again. So source get object by ID, source ID. If I don't have the source, remote miner not spawned, source not found. So I don't really see that over here. So that's fine. Actually, let's just do like a debug log over here. So console log, trying to find appropriate source for, not source, spawn for remote miner for source ID dot, I guess nothing. Okay. So we try to find the spawn of spawns. Find root, spawn room, source room. Okay, maybe a log if we don't find the path, because that's actually definitely possible. Between spawn, well, okay, let's just do it. Spawn dot name and source dot ID. Oh, okay, I actually have the source ID itself, so I don't have to do it like that. Okay, so now we should at least log. Oh, did I actually push the code? Maybe that's it. I just realized that I actually might not have pushed the code, which would explain a lot of things. Okay, let's check this spawn if it's actually doing stuff. I mean, we are still not. Interesting. So looking at the output, it says trying to find appropriate spawn for remote miner this, which is the first one, but then it doesn't look at the other ones, which is weird. Remotely mined sources. So where do I actually get this? Oh, right. I know what is happening. No. It's yeah, remote sources. Okay. I have it in 2 places, unfortunately. That's yeah, that's a silly thing. I should actually change that to just 1. Yeah, remote sources. I also need to update this thing. So remote sources, this thing needs to go over here, and then this thing needs to go over here. There really isn't a reason to actually have this, and I should just get rid of this. I kind of have it because the sources can be used for like 2 purposes. It's like either the source is used for miners or it's used for like builders that are spawned in a different room but work in the room that they kind of like are moved to. Yeah, and immediately we are starting to, yeah, remote miners. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was exactly the problem. Interesting that we don't really... Why am I spawning the miners to be so small? That's kind of strange. And I guess I should actually spawn them with more moves, because these are optimized to move on like paths, which isn't necessarily the case. Okay. Yeah, I'm slowly eating up from this thing. Am I actually? Wait, how did that work again? Attacks a hostile room, downgrading its timer by 300 ticks per body parts. Attack controller. Now it cannot be upgraded or attacked again for the next 1000 ticks. Okay, so I really shouldn't be really doing this because this is very inefficient, I guess. I should really just go and dismantle the spawn. Okay, but I have been streaming for over 5 hours, which is crazy. So I think I will wrap up for today. And I mean, we will be mining out these resources, which is good enough for now. So this should give me like a lot of energy in my big storage over here. And yeah, I think tomorrow, I guess apart from fixing the like dismantle stuff, I will really try to improve my economy stuff. I really need to, like, the job scheduling is just a mess right now. Like, you can see that like the creeps keep like changing their mind about what they want to do, keep like moving around, and it's like super inefficient, and I really hate it. So that definitely needs improvement. But yeah, I think other than that, like I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, so that's already happening, by the way. Like I do spawn the claim guy with oh really? Maybe sacrificing the speed? Huh. like what I do, I just divide by 650, is it? Which is the, like, where's the, damn it, creep, yes, here. Yeah, right now I just divide by 650, which is one claim and one move, and then spawn that many, you know, pieces. But yeah, maybe, I mean, the problem is, like, the guy will, I mean, it will live only for 600 ticks, but I can only have one attack, right? Yeah, maybe you are right. I should just have, maybe I should just have one move part, because the 600 ticks, I think, is definitely enough to reach. Yeah, for the attacks, that probably makes sense. For the reservations, no. Like, for the reservations, I should just have, I should just do, yeah, so actually this one, I think there's only one free spot. The free spot. Let me just double check that quickly. Yeah, so there's only this space here. Yeah, but this will take forever. It's like 8,000. Yeah. But I mean, at least I will mine out this thing. But yeah, I should definitely dismantle this thing. Okay, but tomorrow, not today, not today. I've been streaming for way too long. Okay. Yeah, and I've been streaming for so long that I managed to run out of YouTube quota again, so my YouTube widget broke. Okay. Okay, so give me a second. So we should definitely visit someone. So let me have a quick look around. No. Oh, okay. So give me a link. Divine. Why is this not completing, damn it? Okay, and they only have 14 streamers, so sure. Let's make a visit. Okay, cool. So thanks a lot for stopping by. It has been amazing fun today. I hope you got something out of it. If not, then, you know, what can I do? But if you did, that's great. I will be streaming tomorrow, the same time. I will probably not manage to stream for 5 hours tomorrow, but we will see. But yeah, have a nice remainder of your weekends, and see you next time.